All right. Hey, welcome, I'm your Game Jumper DiJaDi. And theoretically, we'll be jumping into Elite Dangerous. There we are. I wish I had a better setup for this. I do. That's my desk a little bit, and don't love it. Don't love it. That'll have to work though, which is fine. Howdy, hello, how are you? Welcome. Be taking off shortly here. Let me just get discombobulated. Or recombobulated? I'm not sure. This is supposed to actually... You can vote on it and it's not, which is interesting. Wonder if maybe I plugged in my controller to the wrong thing at one point. Maybe. What were we searching for? What were we filtering here? I think we were looking at installed games or something. So I'm not quite sure why this is acting up here. Okay, something's wrong with this. Hang on. Bear with me. Let's exit out of that, reopen it, and see if that fixes it. I don't really care about that. That's fine. There we go. That's working better. Alright. I feel like a game that starts with E should be right there. There we go. Oh my gosh! Barkanos, hi! How are you? It's so good to see you. I hope that you're well. And keeping up with your Insta, which is always a joy. The world is a crazy place, but I am surviving it as best I can. Trying to not worry too much about the things I can't control. What else we're missing? Hello. Oh, it is wild that this is not picking up everything. You know you're a streamer when you have tech problems every single stream. Yeah. They just never go away. Do not like that. Here we go. Oh, we're on the wrong screen too. Whoops. How have you been? What's up with you? What's new? You don't need to say all that in chat if you don't want. It's so great to see you. It really is. we'll probably keep Johnny's music playing here. Because why not? Oh, that's nice. Vacations are great. My boss was actually just asking me, he's like, hey, everyone else is put in for a vacation for the summer. If you want to put in, you know, you can. Feel free, you know, request a week or two off, you know, I mean. I was like, yeah, I'll think about it. I probably should just for my mental health, but I need something to do during that vacation would be the thing. Oh, sure, I get that. I do get that. The factory must grow. I mean, I have Tectonica. I guess I could potentially play that without selling my soul to Factorio. Especially with the huge updates that they've done since. Good to see you too, ZLG. How you doing? Oh, that's awesome. Hawaii's such a beautiful place. I've only been there for like 24 hours or so. Maybe less than that even. But it was beautiful. One of the best pictures I've ever taken in my life I took there. I mean, you say that, but I would get way too into it. I know myself. Gorgeous place. And it makes sense. Like, they actually go and do their best to protect it, keep it that way. Which I think is fairly commendable. I think the cost to hour ratio is definitely something to consider. But I also really think that the enjoyment factor is also another facet. In terms of determining value. We're going into this with not a lot of direction, probably just going to be trying to make some money. Chilling, hanging out. It's been a minute. I was like, why am I hearing the game volume twice? And it's because my TV speaker was still going. We're all here. We're absolutely 100% here. I don't know why you would even doubt that. Oh, we can deliver 72 units of cobalt, potentially. Ooh. Actually, this might not be a bad journey. That's like 1.5 million? If we can get it all before some of it, like, changes. But in terms of cost to hour, though, I think that that is a valid measurement. I don't mean to dispute that. It's not the only one, I would say, you know? I think we collected everything we can here. Yes, cool. The problem is that every time you exit out of this mission screen, every now and then, the missions refresh. And that's not great. Okay, we got all of them. Let's go. I'm willing to bet that at least 2 of these are going to be a different ports. We didn't even really check. But hey, sometimes you want a little mystery, okay? And now that we're here, let's move over to the center, shall we? There is There are a number of games that deliver unique experiences, and I'm always super appreciative of that. It's really cool. I got into this, oh gosh. No. I do not know, hang on. Shortly after it launched for Xbox. Oh. We'll be fine. It would be great is if we could. There we go. Cool. Actually, that's not even what I need, though. Hang on. No, I don't think I want that either. Hang on. I'm scared that if I click that close button, it'll close the game. Yeah, shortly after it came out for Xbox, I started playing it. And then they stopped Xbox support, so I decided to finally migrate over to PC, and my migration failed. So I lost everything. I had to start from scratch. But two things. One, it was my fault. Because when I initially signed up for an account on the website, I signed up using 2 different email addresses. And so I migrated to the wrong email address. So that's kind of on me. Appreciate the water for Breeze. Well, that is really upsetting. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm over this, I swear. I know it doesn't sound like it because I talk about it all the time. I really am over it. I totally have forgiven her. But I'll never forget having 100%ed Pokemon Red, and my sister deleted my save on accident. And I think that might be part of the reason I've never been able to get back into Pokemon, like, actually, seriously. I think that might have been, like, a core, like, killer moment where my gaming trajectory was altered forever. But it really is fine. There is potentially a chance that I would not be as willing to play as many different games as I do if I was still all in on, like, hyper-fixated franchises like that.
Frameshift drive charging.
But yeah, this game initially came out, I think, what, 15 years ago? And I think I started playing it like 10 years ago. Something like that.
Fuel scooping.
And there's just not really anything quite like it. Some other games kind of come close, like No Man's Sky a little bit. I'm sure Star Citizen a bit.
Frameshift drive charging.
But this game has a tone to it that I feel is pretty significantly different than both those.
3, 2, 1.
And it's the best, like, multitasking game. I just realized I should be...
Fuel scooping.
I've got a discovery scanner that I can go ahead and scan every system when I first jump into it.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
I should be using that.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And then they just keep on updating this game too, which is really neat. Like, they just came out with a major update, like, beginning of this month. where now you can basically colonize an entire system.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
I still haven't touched power play since restarting this. I probably should. Power play is like more like the political, like,
4, 3, 2, 1.
expansion of various, like, factions and stuff. I've not tried out Star Citizen. I'm waiting for it to come out. But also, I would say one of my problems with Star Citizen
Fuel scooping.
is that it very much seems kind of
Fuel scoop disengaged.
like pain gives you like an enormous like
Frameshift
step forward,
drive
and
charging.
for the most part in this game you can get like some base level outfitted ships
4, 3,
for money now, which I'm not a huge fan of that change, but whatever. I think the learning curve to this game is steep enough that you can justify giving people a head start there. But also, for the most part, like, what you have is what you earned in game, which I do appreciate that.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two.
Star Citizen just seems to have a different vibe to me. It looks really cool. When it finally comes out, I'll play it. I've seen a bunch of like alpha like footage clips and like even streams of people playing it. There can be. It's kind of like you were saying Factorio can be. It's kind of whatever you want to put into it. Like, I've been playing, like, medium ships lately. It's been primarily what I'm flying.
Frameshift drive
And I'm enjoying that fine. Like, if I wanted to really money grind, I could get in a combat ship and hunt pirates, or I could mine asteroids, or I could...
three,
I've heard of Freelancer, actually. Or there's a whole trading economy thing where, like, things sell and buy at, like, different prices. And so if you pick a good route and you plan it out, you can make a ton of money that way.
fuel scooping.
I kind of just like doing these, like, in-system missions, though, right now. The payout isn't insane, but it's pretty chill.
Frameshift drive charging.
Without being, like, completely monotonous. So... I don't think I ever played Freelancer, but I've definitely heard of it.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You can. Like, there's definitely some missions that are more intensive.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
And they also added, fairly recently, like 2 years ago, I think. Oh, we need gas. I was like, wait, why'd we stop? They added 2 years ago the ability to actually like get out of your ship and walk around planets. Like I think 5 years ago they added the ability to land on planets at all and like use like an ATV on them or whatever. And so they continue like really expanding the experience. And with it, like there's a whole bunch of additional like missions and stuff.
Fuel scooping.
Like now, if I wanted to, I could pick up in a mission to like assassinate a terrorist on like a particular planet. And then I would have to go to that planet. I would have to go into their employee directory to find out where the player should be. Well, where the terrorist should be, not player. Take them out and then leave. And sometimes, depending on the mission, you need to get out without actually getting caught too. Which is a pretty big challenge on some of these planets. There's also a whole like smuggling like aspect of this game that I haven't really touched because I'm terrible at it. I've tried it twice and both times did not go well. Got caught. Had to do some time in a slammer. And then there's also a whole like huge like alien incursion thing going on in the background where you can join the fight against the Thargoids or find artifacts that like they've left behind or any number of things like that. And then of course, because it's sci-fi, there's a precursor civilization too. It almost feels kind of like a setting more than like an actual like
Frameshift drive charging.
driving storyline, but it's something that you can do. This universe, basically, you can just exist in it, and
4, 3, 2.
that's always really cool. Like the immersiveness of things like that, I really, really enjoy. That was my favorite thing of Red Dead Online, too, was that you could just exist. You didn't have to do anything. And it was all kind of weighted fairly equally.
Fuel scooping.
Oh, sure, yeah, it's kind of like a macrocosm of that, for sure.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Hey, that new Metroid Prime, soon. Soon. At some point.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I didn't watch the direct yet, so I don't know if it was in that or not. I feel like it wasn't. Because I think that direct only had Switch 1 stuff, right? Nothing Switch 2? I think that was the last Switch 1 Direct.
Fuel scooping.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, at some point I might do a react, but maybe not. It's been long enough that probably doesn't matter. It was? Okay, that's really cool. I definitely need to watch it then.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
I've been thinking about this and I just...
Ready to engage. 4, 3.
I don't know if I'm gonna get a Switch 2. I really don't. I feel like I have to do... I mean, technically, probably I can afford it. Right now, where I am in life, I could probably handle that fairly easily.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
I could see that. I feel like... that's a pretty relatively common thing now lately. Not necessarily with, like, Nintendo specifically, like they've done it a few times, but like also just across the gaming spectrum, especially with consoles. Yeah. Like, stick drift was definitely a problem on everything, or whatever. But the way that they handled it, and the fact that it was prolific across, like, almost every single unit of theirs, or at least that's what it feels like, is pretty egregious. Like, if you get stick drift on an Xbox controller, you can send that in and get a replacement, no problem. Most of the time. Maybe not so much now, but like 3 years ago, definitely. I feel like over the past couple of years, they kind of tightened a little bit on that, but... or also they're using AI for a lot more things, and I wonder if that might be figuring into, like, their customer service kind of protocols. The two things that I like about the Switch 2 specifically, that they've shown so far. I heard about that. I haven't seen that, but that seems really cool. I heard about that, because that was featured in a Direct 2, I think, right? Or maybe right after? Something like that.
Docking request granted.
Right. So that excites me a bit. That seems pretty cool. But I haven't looked into it at all yet, because I still haven't seen, like, anything in terms of the Direct or any of the news that came out about the Switch in the past, like, week or two. But we should find out more this upcoming week, right? Don't they have their, like, Switch 2, like, huge event thing on, like, Tuesday or Wednesday? Yeah. So hopefully. If nothing else, I would hope for, like, a blog post after the event. Because I'm sure that's one of, like, the main questions on people's minds. The fact that they're doing back combat at all for the Switch 2 with games that you already own is really neat, actually. That's insane. That's something that I would not really have expected.
Incoming message.
There we go. An easy 11... wait. 1,100,000 credits? Does that make sense? Yeah. I could have just said 1.1 mil, I guess, but whatever. A lot of killing missions. And this ship is not built for killing right now. That's kind of tempting. We might come back here for that, maybe. There's something about that, but I feel like they're still going to... Oh, yes, absolutely, actually. Like, this is very much a simulation game. Which is why the learning curve is kind of, like, steep. The one I'm right in front of is pulse lasers. For this, but you've got like mining tools, mines. Not necessarily related, but a little bit, I guess, kind of. Lasers, fragment cannons, missiles. Then you've got utility mounts. So if you want to go full-on bounty hunter, you can get a kill warrant scanner. Or you can, like, scan other ships' cargo and decide whether to rob them or not. And your basic defensive measures like chaff lancers, ECMs, and then wake scanners, that kind of thing. You can... kind of. So there's a few different specific places throughout the universe where you can get, like, essentially, you can upgrade certain components. But I wouldn't necessarily say that you can, like, adjust for weight and speed. You just have to kind of keep that in mind. The fact is that, like, your ship does go faster when it has less weight. And it jumps further. Which is a neat little aspect. But beyond that, I don't think that you can really adjust for it. Adjusting for like how much your power plant can handle is probably the biggest like balancing issue that you really deal. There are space races, but they're like community formed. So like if you jumped into the Discord or whatever, you could participate in some of those. I agree. That essentially consoles are PC parts. And I agree that you should be able to play a Switch 1 game on a Switch 2 system and get better performance. I also just don't know. Nintendo does things in such a way that it's really hard to tell for sure. Right now we don't have a fighter bay. But we could potentially buy a fighter bay and have a fighter here and train up a pilot, have him get better. That's my main thing. Is like I'm so far behind on Switch games, and I don't play them that often, that like to spend like $400 or whatever on a new version of that when my Switch still exists, I would really have to be wowed. Right. No, I totally understand that. Hang on. Let me do something real quick. Yeah, no, it should be here. Hang on. Dude, you're telling me. Uh-oh. That's not good. I keep on coming back to Destiny. I probably shouldn't. But I do. This game, I keep on coming back to, Elite Dangerous. That's true, yes. But that's also kind of what draws me to it. For better or worse. I feel like this shouldn't be like this. I don't know why this is this way. Oh, I think I know what it is. I wonder if I can sort by time played, though. Should be able to, I think. This isn't going to be completely accurate. In fact, it's not going to be very accurate at all, but... This did pull a bunch of times from Xbox, like 25% of them. I don't know why not the rest, but maybe. Yeah, I really don't know actually, because on some of my game cards on Xbox, it does show. The times, even though it doesn't show on here. Be 150. That should do it. Oh my gosh, that's already better. This and Destiny are probably the ones that keep me coming back the most. I was spending probably too much time in Fortnite for a while. Oh my goodness. Ain't that the truth, though? There we go. Oh my gosh, that's so much better. I'm glad I figured that out. I want to at some point. This would be such a pain. But I would love to at some point actually add the number of hours for the games that I've played. Space Buns, hi! Congrats on being first, Space Buns. We put 260 hours in a siege. That's wild. That's insane. We've already put 330 in Helldivers too, which is kind of wild too. But we put 450 hours onto the Xbox version of Lead, and then we are approaching like we just hit 350 for Steam. Oh, too soon? Oh my gosh. What? Congrats, Elgorn, on being first. Did you stream today, Space Buns? Oh my gosh, did I miss that? I'm gonna be upset if I miss that. I just also realized that my first thing isn't on this screen. It should be here. Where is it? Okay, let's copy that. Let's go back to the center cam. Let's paste that as a linked source. And then we should be able to, because we're awesome. Go here first. I'm glad I figured out how to do this, but this is also probably more work than it would be just to do it manually. Why did that not appear? Okay, well, that didn't work, but we're going to manually edit. Oh, we already have it on here, so it's just not working. Which is fine. That's fine. You are always first in my heart. Alcorn. Even when you're not. Yeah. I wonder if I could, oh, I wonder if I can maybe switch this possibly. Oh my gosh. You're striking. I don't know what that is, but I'm scared. I lied. I do know what that is. Okay, let's do that. Great. Let's lock this, I guess, or something. I don't know. Oh, is this not locked? Hang on. Lock position. There. And then we can duplicate this. Oh my gosh, this is so much work. I love it. But yeah, we spent a lot of time in Halo Infinite for a while. That was our go-to game going back to. Ark Survival Evolved caught me for a while. I'm surprised, honestly, that Tectonica isn't higher on this list. It feels like I spent way more than 180 hours in it. That 180, by the way, was in like 3 weeks. That was a lot. Okay. Or maybe a month. Some of this doesn't seem as insane, knowing that it was spread out over like a significant amount of time. But some of this was like really consolidated. Like for Elite Dangerous on PC, I probably dropped like 200 of that 357 in like 3 weeks. And then thankfully a new game comes out and I'm like, well, I gotta play that. We finally have actually some like decals on our ship, which is really cool. I have like other missions that we need to do right now. Whoops.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
I never get tired of that. The sound effects in this game are phenomenal.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
My Saturday was pretty lazy, actually. So I'm a little bit not thrilled about that, but we'll see if I can have a more productive Sunday. I just was so low energy all day, and I don't really know why. But I was just phenomenally low energy. I tried having sugar, that didn't help. I tried having caffeine, that didn't help. I tried getting outside, touching some grass, and that wasn't great. I mean, it was fine, but I was just, yeah. So low energy. I wouldn't mind it if I felt rested afterwards, but I just don't lately. And the worst part is, like, I'm not big on regrets. I probably have, like, maybe, like, 3 or 4, like, major regrets in my life or whatever. I try not to, like, dwell on them. Like, smaller stuff isn't worth, like, feeling bad about. Well, once it's done, you know? We make our choices, then we deal with the consequences, then we keep on moving. Because, like, we don't want to get stuck. And it's good to learn from those things, but when they're smaller things, like, I mean, you have to, like, measure, like, how much is it worth, like, feeling bad that, like, you know, you didn't get anything done today, you know? I mean, like... But it's also impossible sometimes not to take a look back at the day and go, what did I do? Like, was that worth it to, like, just do nothing? Sometimes it's impossible to not do that. Yeah. Well, and it's just like, you know, like, I mean, again, I try not to dwell things that I can't control. Even the things that were maybe possibly my fault or whatever. Which, a lot of choices that I've made are my fault, for sure. Or that I contributed to, right? And everything. But... Or I could be resting better. Yes! Oh my gosh, yes. I think about that way too often. But it's fine. I just had, like, such a plan for my life. And that just didn't happen. And it's fine. It's just, like, it's just... Oof. My plans can plan tomorrow. True.
Igorov, Doc. Requesting docking.
Denied. Docking request granted.
My favorite thing about these platforms is that they have such a limited number of spaces. That sometimes they'll all get filled up, and then you just have to wait for a ship to leave. Like, hey, I have cargo on here for you.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Also, right now I have an auto docker and a super cruise assist on. This game is way more involved without those, let me tell you. Having to, like, actually make sure that you're lined just right as you park. If you don't like parallel parking, try parking in a place where you have, like, 6 dimensions. Okay, one more place we need to go. Also close by. None of these were super far.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3,
Appreciate the water, Fabrizio.
1. Engage.
Absolutely, Alcorn, always. Uh-oh. We might get interdicted here. Ooh, that's really cool, actually. That's super neat. I want... She'll never let go of it, but I feel like she doesn't use it anymore. There's somebody who has... Oh, maybe she doesn't anymore. Wait, what? Oh, we're caught in a tractor beam. It's crazy the journey your username has gone on. Boom, let's go, come on. We're the best. So DiJaDi.com is on sale for $1,295. Or I could get on a payment plan of $107.92 for 12 months. And then DiJaDi was a URL that I wanted for a long time that now looks like it's being parked. I forget which one, but one of those was actually taken by someone who has a somewhat similar username to me. And I was a little bit miffed about that. And I think I even sent an email like saying, hey, is there any way you would possibly want to sell it? And I think they replied in a negative. Or they just didn't reply at all.
Goes Enterprise requesting docking. Appreciate it, Ockles.
Hey, I like mine too, but oh my gosh, did I choose the wrong way to spell DiJaDi? I like the aesthetic of it, but I totally understand why no one pronounced. Totally understand. It's my fault. It is.
Landing gear deployed.
I won't dispute that. My old username
Successful. Engines disengaged.
used to be Prairie Dog back in the day, which I thought was way more clever. Like the antithesis of your name, Alcorn. Would I sometimes, maybe possibly, appear offline so no one could see that I was playing with blank? No comment. Back in our Halo Reach days. You know, Elkhorn, you were like one of the first people ever to see a Forge map of mine. I think you were the first person outside of like maybe Johnny. I was low-key kind of nervous about that. I used to have so much... Like, if you think I'm anxiety-ridden now, which I am a bit, I'll admit that. I was way worse like 10 years ago. Way worse. I mean, sure, I've also learned to hide it better, but I'm also, like, just... I cope a lot better now. And part of that has been gaining perspective. Like, all the craziness going on right now and everything kind of has had a silver lining in that it's put some things in very serious perspective for me. Which I do appreciate. Okay, we're just getting a bunch of stuff and then we're gonna keep on going. Nah, not that. This though, sure.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
That is 187 light seconds. Wait. We could actually check our map, I think. Let's do that. Let's go in order. Let's do the 63 first.
Frameshift drive charging.
All right. But man, Elkhorn, I really hope that works out. Because that would be great. That'd be fantastic.
Fuel scooping.
Let's scan the system and then let's jump again.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
I know this is probably boring, but it's relaxing to me, okay? It's like the only ASMR I'm into.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It's weird because I initially put this game on Saturdays to kind of unwind from the podcast,
Disengaged.
which can sometimes get kind of not crazy per se, but like, you know, involved. It requires active participation sometimes. And this is way more chill.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
But since we switched our recording dates, that's no longer really a thing. But really like having this game as a part of my schedule. Saturdays for space? Come on. It just flows together.
Shift drive charging.
Uh-oh.
3, 2, 1.
We're on fire. Or we were for a little bit.
Warning. Taking heat damage. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Da, 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 da.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Beautiful. Here we are.
Fuel scooping. Fuel
At our
scoop
destination.
disengaged.
Or at the system containing our destination, which is a planet. I'm not upset at all. That's not a more complicated landing than I want to do. It's a challenge. It's an opportunity. It's a good song. I like that song. Okay, we are approaching the planet of Arbor Barracks. We should probably choose a faction to side with. Maybe we'll do that here in a bit. Just so that we can start putting points towards it and everything. That's like a whole aspect of the game that we're basically completely ignoring. That we could make progress on while we're just doing other stuff.
Flight engaged.
Okay, not too fast, not too fast. Chill. Here's where we want to go. I feel like at one point I feel like I had a shortcut for night vision and I don't know what happened to it. It's bright enough out that it might not matter here. Beautiful. Perfect glide. Let's back off the throttle there.
Arbor Barracks. This is Space Sand Lizard. I'm sorry, I forgot my own name. Requesting docking.
Access authorized. Clear to land at docking bay 05. Automated docking.
There's some very serious RPers in this game, and I could totally see it. If I had more time and less stress, I could absolutely see myself getting into that.
Landing gear deployed.
And less of a proclivity to game jump, too. I would need that. Absolutely. I will. What I'll do is I'll type out the message and then I'll send it later.
Welcome to the facility.
Okay. Otherwise, I won't remember. I'll be like, I know I was supposed to do something. Alright, that wasn't bad. Almost 300k there. What we're trying to do, our goal here is making money in a not boring way, which, as involved and as intricate as mining can get and everything, I feel like that's more boring than just space hopping. At least for me. But, Tiffany, hi! There's your clip. It's playing right now. That's a really funny one. I really hope Twitch gets their stuff together. I can't handle, like, between
Landing gear retracted.
Twitch breaking, like, everything, every, like, 3 months or whatever. Discord constantly doing UI changes that nobody asked for, nobody wanted. And, yeah, no, it's Twitch. It's not Mix It Up. It's Twitch, yeah. And then, Twitter being a pile of garbage in every single possible way. I'm unhappy with things that don't work the way that they did when they did work. Like, that's the problem. I so hate that whole philosophy of going fast and breaking things. No, don't do that. Please, for the love of anything that you care about, don't do that.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
It's just wild. It's just wild. Breaking things? Bad idea, okay? Yes, but you can mitigate that. You can mitigate the breakage. You don't have to. When you're in a plane, right, and it takes off really fast because it needs that momentum, right? It needs that inertia. It needs, like, all that extra speed to get off the ground. But then, you'll notice, when it's flying, it gradually increases speed, okay? It doesn't just keep on, like, going at that same reckless pace. Because if it did, it would hit a whole bunch of extra turbulence and probably cause problems. And look, just don't take things away from me. There is definitely a crash and burn analogy, yes.
Frameshift drive charging.
Why your spaceship and have some cookies? Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I don't know what this is. I might not like it. It's some kind of Japanese thing, but I don't know what it is. I also have no idea. I've had this stuff for like 3 months. It's probably expired, but it's fine. I have no idea what it is. Hang on, we'll go to the main screen in a second. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Refund if no cookie. I'm sorry. How many times have you not had a cookie when I've requested? I feel like that a decent number of times. Okay. So I have no idea what this is. You've had cereal too, I think, or something. It actually kind of looks like a cookie. I don't either. Ooh, that tastes really good, actually. That tastes like a rice cake cookie of some kind. Which, it being a Japanese snack, makes sense. That was pretty good. Hang on, I want to get my phone to, whoa. Why is that popping up? Hang on. Forget the broken internet. Yeah, I wish. I wish I could. It's supposed to be, but it's messed up. I don't know why. Hang on. The width I'm not concerned as much about. I can change that. Oh, I definitely just messed it up. Shoot. Okay, that's fine. We'll fix it later. Why is it scary that I blink? Is that not okay? Do you not like me blinking? Is that the problem? Has to go to a museum. That would be pretty funny, actually. That'd be pretty great. Also, if they talked, you know, that'd be pretty cool. I'd like to know Lisa better. Oh boy, what? All right. Okay, we're back, okay? You don't have to be scared anymore. I don't know why everyone is scared. I'm gonna tell Chiho. She drew that pink tuber for me. I'm going to tell Chiho that you all are terrified of her drawing, her art. It's normal DiJaDi who blinks. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to translate what's on this thing. The lighting in here is not fantastic. Oh, I can fix that. But you guys are gonna get scared again. Actually, I don't know that I have the pink tuber on this one, so you might not. Yeah, it doesn't seem that I do. Oh my gosh, I do. Talk about a jump scare. Wonder, do I have... Oh, I do have something. Hang on. I got this. Okay, so I'm only getting like single words off this. So far I've gotten the word tan and the word spades. That's not really helpful. But it means something, and it probably says like rice cracker or something on it. If I had to guess. I don't know how spades and tan fits in, but... I'm sure it does. Also, while we're here, you know what we have? We have something sent in a brown little package from It's Tiffany. We're participating in her fundraiser. So we should probably check this out. Because I've been meaning to open this for like weeks. Oh no. Okay, so we have a letter here. I'll leave out the personal parts. Hi, blank. Thanks for supporting American Cancer Society. And thanks for blank. Appreciate blank. Signed blank. Redacted. Oh, that's because Discord flipped it. So I actually have two versions. And I never ever use this screen while streaming. No problem, anytime. So I have this version, but then I also have... Wait. This version. DiJaDi. DJ Dib. DiJaDi sounds like almost Italian, but I don't think I have any Italian in me. And we have some stickers. So we have Coco Melon, which I think is a picture of Coco with the top of a melon on top of her head. We have one of my favorite emotes. I use this emote way too much. We have another Coco Melon. I feel like that should be a Pokemon. We have another one of one of my favorite emotes. This one's better than the other, actually. A little bit. Why are you apologizing? Don't apologize. I'm very excited about this, okay? I love it. I'm very happy. We have this. A small but savage. I love that. Oh my gosh, that looks so good. The little, like... The Pichu, right? Is that which one it is? Or Pikachu? It's a Pichu, right? Yeah. See, I know Pokemon. Ants that are mittens. What the heck? This is leg warmers, by the way. I guarantee. This is from... I remember I was playing this. This is back when I used to play games with people. This was like that one game... That drawing game. Pigeon Daddy is what it says there. He actually rules like the southwest portion of the pigeon flock in Chicago. Little known fact about him. Okay. My eyes are not what they used to be. Yeah, I actually need that command. I don't know why I don't have that command. My memory is not what it used to be either. There we go. That says Juicy Juice. And it says 100% cursed. And it's a face. I had to use my phone and zoom in on the small text to read that. I feel really old right now. The Elmo Chaos emo, always a fave. And then a little girl with dragon wings on her, who doesn't blink. And somehow that's less scary than someone blinking. I don't know. And she says, "Hey, it's Tiff." I don't know if she's talking about herself. What? Thank you very much, Tiffany. I appreciate that. I do. Thank you. Really? I dissed her by saying that her picture doesn't blink. I mean, that's. I feel like I must have dissed a lot of artists. I would also like to say, though, that if that is you, then why is it saying, "Hey, it's Tiff," with a dialogue box pointing to the character, as if the character is saying it? Did you look in the mirror and say, "Hey, it's Tiff"? I mean, look, I just work here.
Warning, frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
It's a really cute drawing, actually. It's a really nice drawing. I like it a lot. I just want to know the backstory. That's all. Like, when did you get dragon wings? That's really cool, actually, but... Or is that not you? Is that someone that you know who saw you? I don't know. Look.
Ready to engage.
I have a lot of questions, that's all. A picture that makes you think about it, okay? Is the best kind of picture. Art that makes you think. Is the best kind of art.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scooping.
Almost crashed into the sun there.
Complete. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Frameshift drive charging.
You know, once I get passengers in this thing, I'll essentially be like a space Uber. And that'll be great too. So that's probably gonna be a little while.
3, 2, 1, engage.
My main focus, what I'm trying to earn money for right now, is I want to upgrade the weapons and shields on this thing so that I can actually do some combat, because I am way outclassed in that department right now. And as you can imagine, probably, military-industrial complex of space is a hungry beast that requires a lot of sustenance. Might need to turn on my other fan here.
Fuel scooping. Frameshift drive charging.
I feel like we should be getting close, but I don't actually know. Yep, literally was our last jump there. Perfect. We are going to an outpost. But let's settle in and enjoy the ride. Thankfully, we won't have to land on a planet this time, so that'll be nice. We'll have the cabin crew dispensing beverages and snacks if you'd like to partake. You can apply for our Game Jumper credit card. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Although I do kind of want the Xbox One just to have it. I think about it way too often. In just a minute, we'll be kicking on the AC to accommodate for the temperature differential. Do that right now. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that's significantly better. Okay. Doom da da doom da da doom. Yeah, we're getting closer here. Only about a minute out. Technically, that would be an hour if we were going slower, but thankfully we're not. Oh, there was a game that came out just recently. Shoot, what was it? Oh, now I remember. Adam Fall. The internet is a disturbing place, okay? Wear your helmet. Getting closer to McCormick Colony, where I think we're dropping off 8 units of food cartridges. For 240k, which isn't terrible. 254k actually. About 30 seconds out now. Hang on. We'll get to that later. It'd be great to be right in that and just crash. By great, I mean not great at all. Da, 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 da. Beautiful. Let's go.
Cormac, this is Sand Lizard requesting docking.
Request granted.
One of the cool things that I think a lot of games do super interesting things with, but that I just don't really experience that much, just because I tend not to use in-game chat functions very often anymore.
Docking successful.
I guess in some way I've gotten more introverted. At least in terms of gaming, which is, I don't know, maybe not the best. But it's really interesting to see games do different things with their internal, like, comms. Oh wait, no, we're wrong. This is the 36 medicines. Hello. Even better. 670k, almost.
Incoming message.
And we just got promoted to broker. Let's go. But for instance, in that's a really good, really far, but 1.2 actually sounds very tempting. Although this is 1.6. Even further though. Ooh, I don't know. If these are like in opposite directions of each other, that could be quite the journey. If these are in somewhat similar directions, I don't know. Wait, this is worth it right here. 0.5 mil mission. I'm gonna do this one. Actually, we could do this one and this one and this one. I think we have enough space. Do it. Oh, but what I was saying was Halo Infinite has really good sound design, including with in-game voices. Like, highly underrated, really good sound design. Destiny does some interesting things with sound design. Specifically with, like, context sensitive stuff, like when you're in a cave, voices echo. Or how it changes from, like, being, like, closer or further away and all that. Like when it switches from, like, local comms to, like, more long distance, like, radio. That's super interesting. This game they put a radio filter on internal comms. Which is just, that's a really neat thing, actually. It's really cool. Okay, we're just recycling that to see if any good, like, actual Federation missions pop them. But didn't really see any. Okay, we need to collect our cargo before I forget. We have 3 different missions here. All going to the same system. All for a lot of money. What else do we have in here? We have these 8 units and then we have 6 more. So we actually do need to, like, boost our cargo supply a little bit. Let's see how we can do that without, like, compromising our ship's design. We could probably get rid of this. I don't know if I should have sold that or not, but that'll give us an additional 8, and when we sell these 8, then we can come back and get those. It's probably okay. But let's see if there's a... No. We could actually... No, there is actually one. Hang on. Oh, but it's way worse. And we're going really far. But yeah, let's do this. Okay, we'll have to come back to McCormick, but that's fine. We should be relatively close, I think. 4 jumps? That's not too bad. Okay. We can get there, refuel, come back, pick up the last mission stuff, and then deliver all of that to the same place and make tons of money. Or at least like 2.5, 3 mil. No, I think the one mission alone, I think, was like 2.5 mil. And then the other two were like 1 mil piece, 1.2. So yeah, we might make 3 mil off this. 4 mil, maybe, if we're lucky. I can't do math right now, okay? It's super late. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
3, 2, 1, engage. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scooping.
Oh no, I'm gonna crash. Ah.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Just a couple more jumps and then we'll be good.
Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
How did that happen? Hang on.
Fuel scooping.
Okay, behind a sun. Interesting. Or a planet, at least. I need to get some of Johnny's newer stuff to play. I wonder if he'd be okay with, like, giving me stuff before it officially comes out. Or at the very least, like, when it first releases on Bandcamp, I could probably get it from him. And then play it, like, the week, like, prior to release or something? On, like, streaming platforms? That might be cool. I might try to do that. Let's ask Friend Hub if they'll let us in.
Docking request denied.
Friend Hub, this is Sandwich requesting docking.
Denied.
Please let me know when you have a spot open. We have very important cargo.
Denied. Docking request denied. Docking request denied. Docking request granted.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Will we be compensated for the fuel we just wasted out here?
What's up, Suckerfish? How are you, my friend? Good to see you. Right? Yeah. I need to learn that more.
Gear deployed.
That's one lesson that I need to be, like, more cognizant of. It always gives me such anxiety to, like, ask people for things, but, like, really, the worst they can do is say, no. And that's not a big deal. It doesn't affect me at all. It's fine. Then I'm back where I started, where I didn't ask, you know? I mean...
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
There's not really any negative, like... outcome from just asking, as long as you're polite and respectful about it. Now, asking an NPC that, like, literally can't hear you, I don't know about the validity of that. But hey, maybe it's practice, okay? That's one thing. There are not very many things in this world so far that I feel like would like drastically benefit from the utilization of AI to a point where it would be better than not having AI in that particular function. Like, for the most part, I feel like the negatives of AI in most implementations are not worth the benefits. But there are targeted potential applications that I feel like could be pretty cool. At least from an artistic perspective, I mean, in terms of all of this. Like, I mean, like, in terms of, like, performing certain basic functions, I can see some validity for that too, but primarily, like, artistically is like what the main discussion is about, right? I think, personally, that one potentially cool implementation would be things like this for like NPCs that you can't like really like, you wouldn't bother like having like a ton of dialogue for, you know? Like you just wouldn't normally do it. Oh, we have a bunch of fines. Jeez. We need to pay these off sometime. Like, it would just be an insane amount of work and effort and just take away from, like, resources that could be better expended upon making the game a better place. And I feel like one of the things that could be cool is, like, if these space stations were staffed by AI that, like, talk back to you, depending on what you said or whatever. Now, the problem is, you need to be careful with that, because people will try to find a way to break it. And that's not good. Form a colony. Can we search that? Yes, we probably can. But it would be cool to have, like, not repetitious, like, not super, like, inorganic, like, dialogue with NPCs that, like, ordinarily wouldn't. Yeah, you absolutely would have to test it, yeah. Granted, that would be an expenditure of resources too, like moderating it and making sure that it doesn't get out of hand and setting strict rules and stuff for it.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
But it could be cool. I think there's potential there. But again, I think like implementing new technology should always be done in a very careful and specific way,
Charging.
where you don't cause too much of a disruption. Especially when like people's like lives are impacted so heavily. I think developing the technology you can run.
Warning. Frame-shift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Cause a little chaos. All that jazz.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
But when it comes to real world application,
Frame-shift drive
I think you need to be careful.
Fuel scooping.
As much as I love
Disengaged.
being on the bleeding edge of technology, or, well, maybe not the bleeding edge, but like, you know, I'm a pretty big technological file. I don't know what to how to say that.
Frame-shift
Right.
drive
Yes, I think it would need to be implemented carefully too.
Fuel scooping.
And I also think that you need to just, I don't know, there's some companies, some people who can't be trusted with that level of technology. That's the problem. Because they would want to over-implement it in everything, right?
Charging.
Like, fire all the writers. We don't need them. We can just use AI to... No. But I feel like in some circumstances, especially more expansive universes like this or Starfield or something, where there's like a ton of like NPCs and all that, I feel like it could be cool in a limited function. Right. Yeah, it'd just give like a bit more variety to it, and like there's no way they'll ever get around to like voicing all these space stations and stuff, you know? Besides the generic line of like, you know, docking granted or whatever. Or sometimes the welcome to X station. It'd be neat to like be able to like have a conversation with like random like ships as they're flying past or whatever, or like, you know. And I know that they try to kind of do that with like other players, you know, and all that. And that's all fine, but I feel like they could. I don't know. I feel like if it was implemented well, I feel like there's a lot of potential to it. For specific projects. But that implemented well is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. And I feel like it's not that you can't trust anyone, it's that you can trust people to act in their best interests, and their best interests are usually profit motivated. It's the one argument against capitalism, I would say, that like holds a lot of weight, is how profit motivated the focus is of this particular economic system in which we live. But I feel like it's possible to set regulations in place that limit the amount of abuse that can be caused. It's not easy. It's not perfect. But it's predictable, relatively. And if you know where someone's going to continue to like try to like drive off a cliff, then you can put measures in place to try to like stop them from doing that. Or at least curb it so that they can't as easily. And make sure to hold them accountable if they actually succeed. It can be, but also, like, I mean, like, people talk about how bad games are today. Some of the games that we've, like, gotten in the last few years even have been phenomenal games that I never would have dreamed of having. And part of that is because of, like, really, really, really huge budgets. By really, really, really big companies. And are there too many games right now? Yes. Do I think that we're headed towards a video game crash of sorts? Potentially, yes. Do things need to, like, kind of rebalance some in terms of market share and everything? Yeah. Like, look at Ubisoft. Ubisoft's a great example of that. But we also wouldn't have, like, all the things we have if there wasn't, like, incentive to make them. And I like the things I have, okay? Maybe that's selfish, but I do. And overall, I think that they have improved my life to a point where my life is more convenient and more luxurious than it would be otherwise. So My life is more comfortable now than it would be without some of these things. Even if we're talking about, like, you know, still being in, like, the bottom, like, 20-40% or whatever in terms of income wage or whatever and all that. Still renting a place to live at like 35, well, 36. But also, there's a level of personal accountability that we don't talk about in regards to a lot of those things too. But speaking of capitalism, an ad will be starting shortly. Good timing, Jaded. It's just so weird to think like that there's, in a different universe, with less things or whatever, and less stuff and all that, there's a version of me who's happy, like, playing in the grass with, like, sticks or something. Whose life is a lot simpler, and she derives a lot more pleasure just from that. And I don't know. I don't know if that's better or worse. It's a counterfactual, it's really hard to tell. What I do know is that this version of me likes the things I have, likes the level of comfort I enjoy.
Docking request denied.
Loves video games. Okay. I wouldn't have the friendships I do without video games.
Docking request denied.
Which is also interesting to think about too. Is how much, like, the things you have kind of also can influence other aspects of your life so significantly.
Docking request denied.
Like having a car determines, like, your ability to work in a lot of places. Especially in this country.
Docking request denied. Docking request denied. Docking request granted.
Thank you, McCormick. Appreciate that. We didn't ask. We just stood there and waited for someone to leave. We should have asked. I just had a minor panic attack there. Just a little itty bitty one. Where I was like, shoot, did I actually drop off that stuff that I was supposed to deliver?
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Yeah. But then that's something that you can't control, right? Like, you've made the decisions you've made and everything. Like, I mean, the things have happened that have happened. So to linger on that, I feel like can be unhealthy. to use that as kind of like a guide of like, hey, you know what? These things that I really valued and I wasn't able to like do them or whatever, and like, are there ways for me to like still like somehow make them happen or something or whatever?
Maximum capacity.
To use it as a compass a little bit, kind of, sort of, a rough compass. I feel like could potentially have value. But I feel like it gets really, really easy to find yourself just in a rut of regret. And I very much try to avoid that personally. I just try to make the best of things that I can, usually. Right, yeah, and health is like a whole other thing. Whoa, Edward, thank you for that follow, appreciate it. Or Dog says, I guess.
Gear retracted. Ship raised. Engines engaged.
What do you prefer to be called? Dog? Alright, awesome. We really gotta pay off these fines at some point. Oh, an anime reference, okay. I need to, like, at some point, probably. At least gain more of an understanding of the anime universe. I feel like it's a whole arena of stories that I'm missing out on. Much like horror games used to be, until I started playing some of those. Or comics before I started reading some of those. But unfortunately, my only real foundation for anime is Sword Art Online and like some random one-off stuff that I've seen. Yeah, of course, yeah, absolutely.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, are you playing Elite 2?
Fuel scooping.
07, Commander.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
It really is vast, and I think that's part of it, is that I get a little bit overwhelmed. And the other part is just finding more time.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scooping.
Yeah, I knew they'd start eventually. As they do.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, we've got a long way to go. So we need to watch our fuel and start looking for places to refuel.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Fuel scoop disengaged.
I'm so glad that we didn't downgrade our fuel scoop. It was a sacrifice, but
Fuel scooping.
it's so fast. It's so nice. The luxury, but you know what? Sometimes you need a little luxury. Okay.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Sometimes you deserve a little luxury.
Frameshift drive charging.
Need to get back into the habit of is like playing this game while I'm reading or something. This is actually a great game to like play and like catch up on shows.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Iron Beyond Journey's End. Okay. Let me write that down.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
I do kind of appreciate things being like relatively recent.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Because I feel like then you're not completely like left out of the conversation or whatever. Like the number of times I talk about Lost and people just look at me blankly. And it's like, well, no, you gotta understand, like, at the time, like,
Frameshift drive charging.
it still holds up pretty well, but, you know, it's like talking to somebody about Myst a little bit. One of the first video games I ever played, fantastic point-and-click adventure, but also, when it came out, it was, like, incredibly, like, ahead of its time graphically. Almost nothing compared. And even the remaster can't quite like recapture that just because of how crazy things have gotten. Lost is amazing, but it's also definitely a product of its time. Like, I think it's still amazing. I'm not sure how much of that is nostalgia or sentiment. I think it does a really good job at establishing characters. It's very much character-driven. But then also, like, explaining it, like, in terms of plot. You go, okay, well, Season 1, I guess one thing really happened besides the plane crash. And then they ask how many episodes are in a season, and you're like, luck. Or same with Smallville, too.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
One of the favorite things I ever did was I got, like, the actor who plays John Locke to record a cameo for Johnny Bailey, telling him to watch Lost. That's so good. That's so worth every penny.
Frameshift drive charging.
I mean, I would say, honestly, every season is great. Even the last. I love every season of that show. I do.
3, 2, 1.
Now, there are definitely high points and less high points.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
But yeah, I wrote down Fire End Beyond Journey's End. I will definitely watch that when I get a chance.
Frameshift drive charging.
I love story. Regardless of its medium, I love story.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the recommendation. And for that follow. Very kind of you.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
I didn't know Tuna was in a loss. Oh, that's great.
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scooping.
Alright, let's fuel scoop here for a minute. In this completely devoid system. That's awesome. I love that's one of the best things of the accessibility of content nowadays. Is that no matter how close or far someone lives, no matter where they are, no matter who they are, no matter how well you know them, you can share the things that you love with them. That's a really cool thing. Febreze, too soon. Oh my goodness. I need to, automate this process at some point. Of crossing out, like, the,
Fuel scooping complete.
Oh wait, no, I just messed it up. Hang on. I was just supposed to make a new copy of that. What I'd like to do... I don't really know how I've mixed it up, but I'll figure it out at some point. Is I'd like it to automatically cross out and then go up a line and add a new line. And I might have to be two separate things, but I feel like it's gotta be possible.
Frameshift drive charging.
Like I can show chat on the upper right using Mix It Up. Of course, Suckafish, come on. I trust you, I know you. Hey, hi. How was stream? I was lurking. It was scary though, so I was really lurking. Okay. The scary games, Can't do it. Always good to see your face though.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about biggest fears, okay. That's kind of up there for me. I have a friend who invited me to a breakfast.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Do I have a Discord? Yeah. Oh my gosh, Febreze. No, never. If this one, I think Suckafish is in that one too. I could be wrong.
Fuel scooping.
Suckafish is everywhere, I feel like. I see him everywhere, which is awesome.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
We just ask that people don't spam or try to solicit like clients for their freelance artwork businesses. Or post anything like not PG-13.
Fuel scooping.
We try to be relatively clean in there.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, same suckerfish, same. It's a struggle, especially with like my social battery just seems to deplete it. Seems to deplete so quickly lately. And I hate that. I really do.
Fuel scooping.
Oh no, we're gonna crash. Blast. I mean, it's late, you know? Like, feel free. It's not a big deal. Yes, actually, that is on my topic list for sure. Game Informer being back is really cool. Oh, what the heck? Junebug. What the heck?
Frameshift drive charging.
Welcome, Raiders. If you don't follow Junebug, you absolutely should. A fellow Golem survivor, we have a support group, or we should. We should definitely start a support group if we don't have one. He's also played a lot of... Oh no, we're overeating. Janky games besides that. And he's a fellow game jumper. Plays a lot of different games. He also... He hates... He despises...
Fuel scooping. Warning. Hull breach attack. Taking internal damage.
He constantly critiques. Doesn't shut up about it. The Advent Children movie. So if you like or hate that, give him a follow and you can talk about it with him there. If you have strong feelings about that, follow him. How are you doing, Johnny? But, welcome, Rangers. I'm DiJaDi. I'm a game jumper. I play a lot of different games. We are kind of just chilling tonight with some Elite Dangerous. Planet hopping, system jumping. I hope not. That would make me feel really bad. Out of all the things they get canceled for. Oh, I just realized I'm going to be in the way here. Hang on. This is our current schedule. This will also probably persist for the month of April. And then May will probably switch it up. Just because my inconsistency lately. Like, we still haven't started Fable. We need to. But also, it got delayed till next year, so I mean, like, we got some time. The Fable reboot, I mean. We still haven't started Observer either, and we need to. But I am also really enjoying my schedule right now, so we'll probably keep it for the time being. How was stream, Junebug? Let me close out your tab. And also, of course, we love lurkers here, so if you need to go unwind, chill out after watching Junebug experience yet another journey of jank, I totally understand. Alpha Protocol, I feel like I've heard of that, but I definitely have never played it. But that's cool, that's cool. It's good jank? That's the best kind. Honestly, good jank is highly underrated.
Frameshift drive charging.
Like to imagine, Johnny, that when you say you're getting an iPad, that you're like driving to the nearest Apple store. Yeah, right now we're just jumping from system to system to deliver some goods the legal way. We've got like $3 million of cargo. 3 million credits of cargo. Which have a high threat value attached to them. So we'll see what happens, but hopefully we'll get there without incident. That sounds like it'd be more boring, but this ship is not outfitted for combat right now. The boring is good for us. And I adore this game. Is the word Golem trademarked? I feel like it can't be, right? Like, it's just a name. Like, could you put Golem on merch? Like, just the word. Because I would love a Golem Survivor jacket, the more and more I think about it. I think Embracer Group, or rather, the Lord of the Rings and Friends, you can only have one commander? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. It'd be cool if you could, like, choose which one you want to, like, use or whatever. But, I mean, like, it's very much, like, simmy in that way, you know? Like, you are the commander. You're not choosing a character. That's you. You get to choose your ship, but you are the commander. That's true. Middle Earth is trademarked. Yeah, that's a good point. But that split up of companies to the 3 different ones that Embracer Group, like, reorganized into. I feel like the Lord of the Rings and Friends, I think, is the name of the one, which is just such a... Okay, alright, whatever. What a name. Really thought hard about that. Ooh.
Frameshift drive charging.
I think they own all the trademarks, even the merch, maybe, now. Lord of the Rings and their friends, yeah, true.
4, 3, 2, 1,
Which I will say this. Embracer's made a lot of bad decisions lately. They haven't made nearly as many bad decisions, I feel like, as Warner Brothers. So I'm really glad to see the Lord of the Rings, like, trademarks out of Warner Brothers' hands. Oof, this is a journey. We actually probably want to refuel for this, because we're gonna... I mean, I could stop there, but, like, I feel like there's more to it than that. I feel like Warner Brothers has made worse. Not to compare the two, but... Right. That's what I was actually going to say, too. Is that technically, like, that's what I do have. Is that I have, like, essentially a ship for combat, a ship for other things. Like, right now, this is essentially just a cargo ship. Which isn't great, but I aim to turn it into something a little bit better than that. But that's where we are right now. It is a lot of fun to use. I still can't get used to the wingspan now. I'm used to things that don't have, like, the wide wings, and so, like, flying through the slot of space stations, oof. When a Python's slower, right? I think. That's true. Yes, no. I feel like this game does a really good job at that, though, too. Of, like, the way that it, like, ranks up. The way that it progresses, I feel like it teaches you certain things. Like, it teaches you more about, like, having more weapons, like, or whatever, you know? More modules. Being able to do more missions. Being able to handle more combat scenarios. And then even just the way you fly and everything.
Warning, frameshift drive operating.
Okay, that got a little bit wild and crazy, but we're making progress.
Warning, graveship drive operating beyond safety limits. Warning, temperature critical. Warning, taking heat damage.
Need to let off the throttle a little bit sooner. Takes so much fuel too.
Warning, graveship drive operating beyond safety limits. Warning, temperature critical.
That's true, and it does take like real world time too. Like you could be waiting like literally like 30, 40, 50 minutes for something to transfer. That is very true.
Warning, graveship drive operating beyond safety limits.
I'm overcharging just because it does take huge chunks out of the journey.
Warning, taking heat damage.
Like once we're like lower on fuel, I'll just super cruise assist it, but I do like the fact that we already traveled like already 100k light seconds.
Warning, graveship drive operating beyond safety limits. Warning, temperature critical.
I mean, you could say too much time is wasted like that, but like, I mean, like, there's a number of systems that are like really, really well centralized to where there's a bunch of different things to do around them, especially like when you're like kind of like sort of like, I don't know, like mid-rim, I feel like. Always like within a few jumps of wherever you want to go. And then when you have like the bigger ships too, like you can equip them with better drives that like literally just can do jumps in like one and travel like half the core. I mean, my piano's right here. I guess I could play it, but I don't have that set up right now. I'm thinking about plugging my piano into, or maybe my smaller one, my Bluetooth one. Using that with my ROG, maybe. But I think I would need, like, less bulky software.
Warning, graveship drive operating beyond safety limits. Main fuel tank low. Warning, temperature critical.
Alright. Kind of low on fuel, but it looks like there's a bright star in the middle. Or once we get to the base, actually, we can refill there too. that is a travel mission for sure. If I had a, if I can upgrade, what am I running right now? Great. Let me switch the things right now, which it should be. Literally was working. Oops. That's the other thing that I feel like ranks up pretty well is like the cash and the time. Oh, okay. So I do have all that stuff equipped. Interesting. Literally, that's kind of upsetting. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool, Johnny. That is definitely an achievement I do not have. I don't know why it does that, but sometimes it just messes up like that. Not really sure why. I think everything actually needs to be delivered to this one particular place, which kind of explains why they're paying so well for it. Actually. Yep, it's delivery, so I can refuel and then just take out. Like, I don't have to go back to, like, the main nav point here. Which is really nice. Like, we're running a pretty good frame shift drive. We're running a terrible power distributor. We're running pretty bad weapons. And not great shields. But also nothing's been engineered either. So we could even increase our frameshift drive pretty significantly once we engineer it. Yeah, basically, yeah. Johnny, I am beside myself. I don't even know. I don't even know. That's pretty wild, yes, but also, like, I don't know. I feel like I could do cargo missions without shields now. As long as I don't get, like, trapped by a ship that can shoot before I can get away. Which, granted, is a risk. But I feel like I'm a lot better at escaping interdictions, too. With these smaller ships especially. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely am starting to feel that a little bit with this one, where I can do it, but it's a little bit more challenging. Especially with the joystick and everything. But, so you just typed your, and then you corrected it, and put, like, U''RE. The number of errors on that level that go unrecognized and uncared about from, like, younger generations is insane. It's, like, reached untenable levels, where, like, it's actually starting to bother me. Like, it's actually a point of concern. Because it used to be like, oh, like, they're just typing informally, it's fine. But no, they, like, type formally the same way. And there's just no cognition of it. And it's like, oh no. Like, are we actually regressing? Because that doesn't seem like a thing that we should do, if we can avoid it. And then there's been article after article of, like, various things like lowest scores of math that ever got into MIT or whatever, and like on average, and or like they're actually being like professors claiming functional illiteracy. And I just don't know. I just don't know. It scares me.
Incoming mission critical message.
I guess I should look at that. Incoming enemy alert. We just got here. We're fine.
Delay Delta Juliet Alpha,
Hey, at Arsenal, this is Sand Lizard requesting docking.
Permission authorized. Cleared for landing on pad 18. You are approved for automated docking.
Copy. Docking landing platform 18. Appreciate it. Thank you.
you. One of the things I was talking about a little bit earlier was that it would be interesting to see. Book of Eli is so good. It would be interesting to see AI implemented in like games like this, just for like the stations and stuff, or like other ships, like NPC ships that you interact with, like those things that there's just so many of them that it would just be literally impossible to actually like handcraft that.
Ship is on the ground.
Like that could actually be a functional, like
Good to have you with us.
really cool, creative implementation of AI. The Nemesis system, that too. Yeah, sure. Why not? All right, all 3 missions are here. That's fantastic. I love that. I do love that. $2.5, not bad. Wow, that gives us a lot of influence here too. $1.1, not bad either. Oh, hang on. And another 1.1. Yeah, that was like all luck, like finding those 3 at the same place and having just enough cargo room. Like literally my cargo was maxed out. But overall, definitely worth the haul. That was not bad at all. No real good missions here. Need to make another purchase of some Johnny Bailey tunes. Oh no. Did our game crash? No. Okay. Whew. Got scared. I just had to, I had to verbally prompt it. On one hand, I missed the credits that I had on my other Frontier account. But it was absolutely worth buying some new ones to paint this thing. Oh, there's my sprint button. That's so cool. Just overall, this game is a great experience.
Fight is never over, soldier. Sign up now. You ready to see some action, soldier? You want to cash in your bonds? No problem. You need anything else?
I want to enlist for a faction at war? What? Oh, one of the factions here. I gotcha. Okay, okay.
Remember, there's always a fight somewhere.
Welcome to Apex Interstellar, the first step to everywhere.
This is a cool new thing that they added, though. Where you can actually book shuttles to other systems.
Come back whenever you're ready to book.
You don't want to fly all the way somewhere. A lot of violence going on here, apparently. A lot of violence, a lot of espionage. Oh, I feel like, oops, I definitely did not go into the lift. I'm used to just hitting a button and not having to do that. I do appreciate the immersion of this, though. Let's see what missions we got here. I don't think we had a lot. It doesn't seem too bad. This might be worth doing. Just for the fact that it leads into a chain. And there's literally nothing else here that I really want to do. So maybe. He jumps away, that's not terrible. And to an outpost, so that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do it. Welcome to Power Play. At the height of humanity's history in the 34th century, the political landscape was dominated by three superpowers. The Federation, led by democratically elected presidents. Their longtime warring rivals, the Empire, dynastically maintained by hereditary monarchies, and the Alliance, which emerged from a much larger coalition of independent systems united politically by a desire for stability. Whilst these superpowers were a dominating force, they were not themselves unified. Each superpower was itself built from subfactions known as powers. Even though these powers may have been ideologically aligned in some cases, their charismatic leaders also had their own agendas. These tensions between powers, and indeed superpowers, led to an era of territorial conflict. This was known as power play. Okay, so weekly assignments allow you to further your power's cause, earn rewards, or you can choose your own path by performing power-appropriate actions in certain systems. Meanwhile, this is essentially domination and prestige. Soft power and hard power, basically. 12 powers. One with an ethos fitting your playstyle. List of earnable loyalty rewards. And you'll be considered hostile by rival powers. Now, we were initially big fans of Edmund Mahon. He's been Prime Minister for a while, and I don't know that we trust him. Oh, free rebuy if your ship is killed. Or 100% reduced anyway. Oh, Mayhem has that too. I wonder if everybody does. For Arissa? Interesting. So this guy he used to be Federation, but he's not so much. Shadow President. That's an interesting title. Which is basically looking... We might pledge loyalty here, but... Looks like the rewards are kind of based on faction. At least in terms of what you get. It seems kind of cool. Winter seems kind of cool too. So did Zachary Hedson die? I feel like you might have. Hmm. Okay, so some of this is the same as it was. Oh, that's cool. Special fleet carrier groups? That's neat. Okay, so basically, if it's a fortified or stronghold system and you undermine it completely, then all dependent systems would additionally become uncontrolled. And there's a merit system. Okay, cool. Mahin is in the lead right now. You go, buddy. I might not be pledged to him, but still appreciate what he's doing. Three jumps away, that's not too bad. Let's go there.
Landing gear retracted.
Ship detached. Take care when exiting the port. You have now left the port perimeter.
Okay, yeah, we did select that. Okay, cool. Uh-oh. On the other side of that planet there. Oh, that's night vision, okay.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
That's one thing that the overcharge is really good at. Getting out of a planet's shadow.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage.
Never gets old.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
3 jumps to go. Making plenty of progress.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
2 jumps to go.
Incoming mission critical message.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's just a time bonus. Okay.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Let's lock on there. It's a little bit of a ways away. We can probably speed this up some.
Drive operating beyond safety limits. Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
This is such a cool addition. We definitely just majorly overshot, but that's fine. Almost there. Any second now? Any second now? Any second? There we go.
Nightingale's Inheritance, this is Sand Lizard requesting docking. Thank you, much appreciated. See you soon.
Landing gear deployed.
Be nice. Even NPCs. Even AI. It's good practice. Establishing habits is actually really healthy. As long as they're good habits.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Let's do reputation for this one, I think.
Incoming message.
We're a serf now in the Imperial Navy. Lovely. That doesn't necessarily seem bad. There's nothing else that sounds really appealing. Sure, why not? Problem is that any missions that I do pick up, I need to literally do before I log off. Because otherwise I'll forget about them and then I'll have to pay a fine. "14 jumps, that is a lot."
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
No, I love that so much. Let's go. Alright. Back to having to watch our
Frameshift drive charging.
weight. I mean, our fuel. I guess both. I guess they're kind of similar, related.
4, 3, 2, 1, fuel scooping.
Let's scan there. You should probably do a quick fuel scoop. Just to keep things kind of
Frameshift drive charging.
full.
Four, three, two, one, fuel scooping.
Right, that worked out really well. Perfect spin.
Fuel scooping complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Hmm.
Four, three, two, one, fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Right, yet another jump. There's going to be a lot of this.
Four, three, two,
I do wonder. We should game jump or not after we deliver this. Or if we should end. Come on.
fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Feels good to actually be doing a Saturday stream. We'll see if we can't actually do a
Two,
Sunday stream tonight too. And finally start Observer. That would be really cool. We could manage it.
fuel scooping. System scan complete.
But it does feel good to be a little more consistent.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
I don't know, there's something about the, like... It's not that this is repetitive. I mean, it is repetitive, but it's not monotonous.
Fuel scooping.
That it just feels good. I really enjoy it. I don't know what it is. But it's, like, comforting. Right up until I get interdicted and I have to fight for my life.
Frameshift drive charging.
Ba-dum.
4, 3, 2, 1. System scan complete.
Now, what would be really cool is to be productive today. To make up for the fact that I wasn't productive at all yesterday. But
Frameshift
so much of that is like so significantly affected by emotions. That I'm somewhat
4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't know. Cynical? Of the, passable nature of that. But we'll see.
Warning, temperature critical.
I was thinking about going bowling, but on the weekends, the alleys here are probably pretty crowded. And I am
Fuel scoop disengaged.
definitely not a fan of crowds. I guess it depends on what it is, but
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
suppose we could turn on Galnet News too, but
Frameshift drive charging.
Playing this with HOTAS is so great.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Definitely adds a level. I feel like the only way I could add any more is probably VR, and I don't know if I'd want to do that.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Maybe someday. We'll see. Still need to do that VR stream thing, but some of that was somewhat predicated on the idea of me getting PlayStation VR, and I don't think I'm going to do that with the inattention they've given that particular thing.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
And then also I was going to get the wheel, the I don't know what it's called.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The Switch Fit? I don't know. I could still get a Quest 3.
System scan complete.
I don't know. Technically, you could get a PlayStation VR, but like the Switch 2's coming out. That third-party handheld that's Xbox branded is coming out.
Frameshift drive charging.
There's some games coming out that look really good. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to throw too much money at stuff.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And then in a couple years, we have the next Xbox, next PlayStation, the actual first-party Xbox handheld. Granted, that's all a couple years away, but still.
Fuel scooping.
And then who knows, like, how prices are impacted on anything gaming related
Fuel scoop disengaged.
over the course of the next, even the next few months, let alone years.
Frameshift drive charging.
But time will tell, time tells all things.
2, 1. Engage.
That was not really a long journey at all, actually. I liked that. It seems like a decent system too. It's got a spaceport and an actual starport.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Some planets. We'll see if we can't make it to that orbital after we drop this off. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I do have to edit my flight path video. I almost forgot about that. Use port, this is Sand Lizard requesting docking.
Landing gear deployed.
Awesome, appreciate it, thank you.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
This is where I find out that I forgot all of my cargo at the previous place. Thankfully no. Thankfully I didn't. But that would be pretty funny. Yeah, let's definitely go to that orbital real quick.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging.
I don't love that this is hostile space. That is not great.
3, 2,
But that's what I get for pledging to a faction. My own fault. I also need to add all the metadata for these songs. I really do at some point. It drives me crazy that I don't have it. But some of the files, I think when I was looking at them, weren't letting me edit them. Or at least not all the fields. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll do some of that today. Some boring file work. And maybe some clip editing and stuff later. Because I definitely have not posted a clip in quite a while. Like, since like, what, June of last year, I think? Something like that? I don't know. Look, things got crazy. I don't know what's going on here. Jeez, that was terrifying.
Nikowski, this is Sand Lizard requesting docking.
DiJaDi, Delta Juliet Alpha. You are approaching an Imperial facility. Please comply with all dictates and procedures. Approval is granted. Please head directly to Docking Bay 22. We are ready to engage the automatic docking system.
Appreciate your hospitality.
This being hostile space, I'm getting nervous about just getting blasted out of the air. Like the wrong person scans me and it'd be really bad.
Landing gear deployed.
Touchdown confirmed. You may alight when ready. The services of this Imperial facility are at your disposal, Commander.
Do this advanced maintenance real quick. We'll probably save any. We've got 18 mil. That actually probably is enough to at least start like building things up a little bit better. And there's an engineer's workshop here? What? That's cool. Oh. Any blueprints that we have pinned, okay. But that could still help with our power plant once we get a nicer one. Okay, that's not bad. Alright. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and end there. We might do a day stream later, if we might not. If we do though, it'll just be boring. It'll just be me. trying to be productive. Junebug, thank you so much for that raid. If you don't follow him, please do. The best hater that ever was. We very grateful for all of our passengers joining us for this game jump. Like I said, it does feel great to actually be streaming more. We'll see if we can't try to make it more of a habit. Fight our ennui sometimes. We're gonna raid a near and dear friend of ours, longtime friend. Who's adventuring in the world of A Way Out, made by the same people who made the recent hit Split Fiction, which I will be playing later next month for the first time, so that's exciting. But in the meantime, again, thank you all for being here. Might do a day stream of productive nonsense or whatever. Might start Observer tonight. We'll see. I hesitate to make promises just because of how inconsistent everything has been. But somehow, some way, we'll get things straightened out here at Port. And try to resume our regularly scheduled game jumps, at least somewhat close to the proposed itineraries. In the meantime, if you could hang around and thank the next captain for hosting our boating action, much appreciated. And as always, safe travels.